Alright. What's up, everybody? I'm Mr. Glasgow, and this is Mr. Glasgow TV. It is Tuesday, April 16, 2019, and we're going to play some more and possibly finish Sekiro Shadows Die Twice on the PC. I believe I'm at the last boss. It seems like a last boss situation, unless there's like, I don't know. Unless there's like end credits. And then another boss pops up, the credits assemble into a boss, and you have to fight the credit. I don't know. I haven't gotten that far in the fight. I just barely kind of scratched the surface yesterday. But, I don't know. Let's get into it. Let's just jump right in. I feel like this might be Armageddon for the world. In terms of dragon rot, the amount of dragon rot that's about to go down is about to be of catastrophic proportions. I think people are already starting to get poisoned. Let's check out Dilapidated Temple. We don't know where the guy in Dilapidated Temple went. It's just his tools. So I can work on it. I can work on it on my own, unless he's a boss. I have no idea the extent to which it's about to go down. So I don't know. I don't have any money, but I have plenty of purses. I don't know if it's better for me to pop my purses manually or to just sell them to the guy. I think I need probably more than that. I want to heal these guys. At the fear of killing them, I'm gonna try to keep them alive by buying these dragon tears. And trying to. Oops, sorry.
Friend, I can't breathe.
I'm dying a lot, man.
I'm not gonna die here.
Not in the next 15 minutes, but possibly. Let me get this. I got you. Holden. Hold on. It'll be fun if that guy over there that's like immortal is constantly like dying but then reviving. Wait. What happens if I kill that guy? I mean, I feel like I'd be putting him to rest, right? What am I doing? Restoration. See the guy. He's gonna be like, I'm good. I'm good, yo. Does he want me to kill him? Let me see.
That sword on your back. What is it?
It's the Mortal Blade.
The Mortal Blade. What? It's real? You don't suppose you could use it to end this curse of mine?
Sure, man.
I will. Of course. Thank you. A man with your skill could grant a merciful death.
Oh, wait. I gotta fight you for it?
Splendid. I must give my thanks to Sekicho. I will prepare for the beyond. The next time you see me, I'll be ready.
Oh, snap. I gotta fight that dude? Is that gonna be a hard fight? Next time I see him, huh? Is he gonna ambush me? Should I just rest? What if he's like going into a final form where he's like super uber? Oh, I gotta. How are we doing this?
I can finally die. My shame for not following my master into death.
Finally.
You're certain of this? Yes. I want you to kill me. As you wish. Go on. Do it.
Just chop off his head. Alright. Rest in peace, my dude.
Farewell.
He had a centipede. So everybody, I don't want to have a centipede inside me though. I think that's a different kind of immortality though. Hey, let me get his false tooth loaded with secret shinobi drug. Blue in color, can be used repeatedly. Crush the boo nostrum between the back teeth to die as often as one pleases. Could be useful in certain situations. Surely an unnecessary reminder, but the first death is typically one's last. So that's basically bite down. It's just fancier. Why? I don't understand. Even bite down. I don't understand the point of why you would want to kill yourself. Unless, is that like a hint as to how you beat the final boss? Hey, like they destroyed the hook shot. It's like they know. They know something. Alright, let's do this. We got our suicide thing. Dragon Rot is cured. But it's about to have another wave spread throughout the land. I feel like with all the controversy with this game and its difficulty, Dragon Rot probably should have went to enemies. They might have even tested it, but I feel like the game's so hard that it instantly made the game too easy, and that's why it doesn't go to enemies. I'd imagine. I don't know. I wonder if that's no. I'm trying to think of how the mod would work. For those who haven't seen it, I shall watch.
Shinobi of the Divine Air, we meet again. Behold, the second mortal.
Thanks for liking the stream.
Genichiro. If you think you can change Ashina's fate with such a thing, you are mistaken.
I am a baby.
Wolf. No one has the right to the dragon's heritage. It is no one's to bear. I wish there was another way.
It's all right. One last time.
Yes. Let's finish this.
Let's finish this.
I will restore Ashina.
So I pretty much figured out how it. Oh god! Ah, dang it. All right. See, what happened was I wasn't ready. I didn't warm myself up. I should have probably warmed up. Here comes the dragon rot. I was about to say, and then I reached over for my camera, and then I was in the fight. So then I reached back, and then I started failing. But okay, we got unseen hate. I was about to say I have this part of the fight figured out.
I will restore
Okay, this time,
Ashina to
for real.
glory.
He does this attack every time, and you stand on the outskirts, so then he dives at you. See? I know what I'm talking about. And then you just attack him. And you basically bait. You bait out that attack. Ah! Watch the arrows.
I will not allow Ashina to be crushed.
Ah, what? That's the one I keep messing up on. Okay, let me heal. He dives a lot. That's the thing. It's his fatal flaw in this phase. You just stand a certain distance and he'll shoot an arrow. Sometimes go for that. And he'll dive. Stand just outside. He'll dive. Just keep doing this. I usually stay away from his follow-up to that. Easy first phase. Now the second phase, this is what we're going to learn tonight. This is what we're going to spend a lot of time on.
In the end, I was powerless, but
Should have used that lightning stuff.
grandfather was not. The dragon blood surging through her veins.
Sorry for interrupting.
Alexa,
This is a
stop.
Ashina's long night comes to an end.
Sorry. Nani? See, I thought his head was about to come off and he was going to turn into one of those
Pitiful
headless.
grandchild. This was your last wish. To see Ashina returned from the great beyond. Which means Sekiro.
Sekiro.
I must destroy you.
See, even when he does that move right there, when he's
Sekiro.
just straightening out his posture, he like does half damage. All right. I can't parry that for the life of me. Oh God, that's happening. Oh wait. Don't do it. Ah. Reset. Okay. All right. What are we gonna do? I can punish this. Ah! Let me parry that, dude. That's not fair. You're cheat. Oh God! Can I do it? Oh God! Oh. I swung first. So swinging around to his right is pretty is his weakness, at least for this first stock, I think. Stop. Come on, dude. Put your sword in. So maybe that's how we punish him? I cannot back away from that fast enough. Oh, God! I even tried to jump away. I have no more. Oh, wait. I'm in the wrong item. Put your sword away. Put your sword. Oh, God! I failed, though. Okay, wait. Shoot it away. Shoot it away. Come on, put it away. Put it away. Tuck it in so I can punish it. Excuse me, sir? Alright. What's up, armor? Oh God. He's getting crazy. Spear? Really? Really? A gun? What? A spear? A gun? There has to be an opening. Where is my opening?
Hesitation is deceit.
How can I hesitate when I can't move? There's no time for me to hesitate. He should say something different there. Because hesitation in the first one is kind of defeat, right? Okay. Progress, I guess. We just gotta perfect. We pretty much have this one. I wouldn't call this one perfected.
I will restore Ashina to glory.
This one is pretty reliable. We just have to have a reliable first stock of the. Ow. Jump at me. Jump at me, brah. Jump at me. Oh, arrows. Why wasn't that parried?
I will not allow Ashina to be crushed.
I messed that up. Okay. Let me get my nerves back. That should have been an easy parry, but I parried actually too early. Even though the window's pretty big for that parry. Or that reverse, I should say. A counter. I didn't feel like wasting a resurrection there. Alright, let's go.
Restore Ashina to glory.
First moves, this one every time. Jump at me. No? Jump at me, bro. Jump at me! Jump at me. No! Don't run!
I will not allow Ashina to be crushed.
Jump at me! Perfect! First phase. Or first phase technically.
Count, Sekiro.
Now, time for this guy. Really, dude, a gun. Maybe spear, second stock, and then gun, third stock? What's the third stock? What's he got? Does he turn into a gun? Does he go Bastion? He turns into a giant cannon from Kung Fu Panda 2. Alright, let's go. He turns into Kung Fu Panda. How about that? Okay, what's my strategy? Okay. My strategy is hit him twice and then immediately block. Let him hit me 2 or 3 times and try to hit him twice again. And try to go back and forth. And when he does special things, try to punish his try to punish this. What? When he puts his sword in his sheath, I can dash in. I can usually dodge to the side of those. To my left, his right. I just need to do what I'm saying. Put your sword in. That's like the easiest thing to counter. What are you even doing right now? There it is. Because he just tanks the hit, and you get... Oh my god. Usually, I hate when he jumps back though. Because then I have to reset the whole thing. Unless he puts his sword in. Put your sword in, or do your Uber slash. He hit. Oh, I thought he hit me. He did hit me. I tried swinging. Yeah, hit that rock. Hope it builds your sword. Why didn't I hit? I'm on the wrong thing. Hold up, hold up. Okay. How do I get away from that if I can't parry it? With the hilt of your... I don't think I have this one. Oh! So even if he gets it off, it's still pretty punishable when he does his... I'm gonna sheath my sword move. No! I don't like when you run. Okay. I reset that. Next. It's probably a perfect range. I think I'm too far. Oh, no! I thought he would misjudge the follow-up there. I dodged it. I mean, in my mind, I'm doing all the right things. I'm just not thinking this timing down. Okay. Don't feel like wasting a resurrection here. So that slash can actually be dodged if you dodge at the right time. You don't have to block it, which is nice. Or I guess you jump. You don't really. I don't know if there's a telltale sign of whether he's going to do a slash, horizontal slash, or vertical slash. I haven't been paying close enough attention.
I will restore Ashina to glory.
Nope. Just jump at me, bro. Oh, I did too early, but still got it. I guess it's technically not too early if I still got it. Why aren't you jumping at me? Didn't give the sign that that was unblockable unless, does he not do it sometimes?
I will not allow Ashina to be crushed.
Blah, blah. Cut his head off. Get the centipede quick. Why am I letting him talk here?
Count Sekiro.
Perfect first phase, by the way. Even though he wasn't consistent in his easiest punishables. Look, I need him to put his sword away. So if I could figure out how to manipulate RNG, so more so than figuring out the fight, I feel like more so than figuring out the fight, sometimes it's beneficial just to actually figure out how to manipulate RNG. Why did I dash? Push it away, push it away, push it away, push it away. Ah, too far. Oh, I got it off. But you can, as you can see, if you're too far, he does damage. So ideally on the perfect distance. Oh, I thought it was again. That was so close. Oh, how do I even? I guess I feather. Assuming the feather isn't invalid there. I'm forgetting all about my. Oh, you have your own little feather, oh yeah. excuse me? I was spamming. Feather, feather, feather. Ouch. My entire existence. One more gourd. Put your sword in. Put your sword in. Dare you. Now. Stop running. Ah! Ah! Feather.
My blood boil. Face me, Sekiro.
All right, let's just maybe if we crowd him. I can't even see what's. Okay, crowding him felt safer than keeping my distance once he gets going with that thing. Feather. I'm gonna just assume feather every red. If I'm that close, I feather everything. I feel like if I see the prompt pop up. Right? So I replace jump with feather. For me, that might work better than having jump because I don't use jump
I will restore Ashina
right
to
now.
glory.
Oh god, why am I blocking? God damn it. So we're down a gourd early. Another gourd. Okay, just reset. Let me see. It's funny because just as I'm learning more openings and how to, I guess, more work with the first stock of the dude, the second phase dude, the fight's already over, and then it's now spear gun guy.
I will restore Ashina
I really need to
to
learn these
glory.
guys' names. Ooh. Yeah, the idea is not to take damage at all with this first phase. Jump at me, brah. Baiting out that is the best strategy, I feel like. And then getting a perfect parry on this. And then this. Ah, I messed it up. Alright, we're fine. One gourd. I might be lost cause, but I feel like we can still learn from. Crap! Okay, maybe not. What did I mess up there? I messed up the parry. I just need to wait like an extra millisecond when he finishes his Uber combo and then tries to do a poke that you can punish. But if you're too anxious, like I was. You'll try to counter it early and then get owned.
I will restore Ashina
For me,
to glory.
it doesn't take much to start like a domino effect of just incompetence. Let's just play that one safe. Jump at me, brah. It's like I'm just waiting.
Not allow Ashina to be crushed.
What? No! One gourd, first phase, is we could work with. Yes. I should have punished it. Wait, I can still punish it. I guess it's safer to punish it after it, because it's easier to walk away. Feather, my god. Like, as I'm messing up, I'm like, I should have done this. Ow, my posture. Put your sword in, put your sword in. Just let this rock. I misjudged the distance, it's me. I thought maybe because I was sidestepping he would miss. Dodged his left. Yeah, his... Okay, never mind. Yeah. It's more so our left. His right is the most punishable. I've tried to see if you go to the other side, maybe. Just going like this in general, sometimes he just misses. Like, you don't even have to dodge there if you're just constantly always sidestepping to your left. See? Unless he gets you up against a rock. Oh, it was a slash. Okay. I think he puts his sword in a little bit different. His robe. Ah. Probably heal. Let's just do it. I'm blocking! I'm blocking! What? If jumping is in the counter there, I mean the terrain was a little uneven, but If jumping isn't the counter there, I guess feather. But then how do I know it's not just the... Because sometimes the high grass is high just enough so maybe it's harder to read his body movements to predict what he's going to do. I just need to build second sense.
I will restore Ashina to glory.
Do it. Restore it. Jump at me, brah. Oh.
I will not allow Ashina to be crushed.
Don't you shoot an arrow, you jump at me like a man. Ah, why is he not finished? Maybe we can eat some beans.
Count Sekiro.
Is that what those are? Beans? I'm basically sidestepping and holding or tapping. Can I not attack when he whiffs? All right. My man. I probably shouldn't even try dodging that. Just wasting my... Come at me, come at me, come at me. Put your sword in. Can you feel that? Is my sword registering to you, sir? I wasn't sure if there was a third follow-up to that. Get over here! Ah! Sometimes he catches gaps in your movement. Whoa! Send him flying! Feather. Alright. Push him off the cliff! Ah, okay. Feather, you bastard!
Haste me, Sekiro!
Ow! Ow! So he does that twice, okay. I don't have any more heals. Oh, and he still has the dot. He can still rush you down. Do I do it? This will kill my I don't think I have him learned enough to waste the second resurrection, because now I have 2. I feel like I use a second and third resurrection when I'm confident in the current phase that I died on. I'm not confident, so I'll just be wasting it because I'm still learning it. So that's why I made that decision. I could still continue to learn it, but I'd be wasting it. So I feel like it's better to just stockpile them. I don't know. Maybe it's the wrong call. I don't know. Okay. Because I still gotta learn the first part of his.
Restore Ashina to glory.
First part. I'm learning it. I'm in there. I don't have him as dead to rights as this dude. He needs a fatal fall like this, because this posture damage is godlike. That was weird. The terrain change did something to his jump. Did something weird to his jump that I didn't like. It makes him dip down faster than normal. Jump at me. Don't worry, I'll wait. You're regaining your posture, that's fine. Let's see, maybe standing on the road makes him do forward jumps. Really? Are you lost? Can you see with your bangs? Oh, that's my bad. I was just spamming it instead of paying attention. But he's kind of throwing me off by playing the way it is. That should have been parry. So 3 back dashes. Better just sprint, I think. Can you die now? Oh, I was using those beans the whole time, so we're good. We got 8 gourds.
Count Sekiro.
I'm pretty sure I dodged that, but whatever. Kinda don't wanna waste it. Kinda don't wanna waste it. I feel like that's a wasted resurrection. Even though the second one would technically be safe if I made it through, because no. I feel like I'm at the point where I only should be resurrecting if I have 2 resurrections or more on the last phase that I've reached. So this guy in first stock, I don't think I'll resurrect. I have to get through those clean.
Ashina to glory.
No. Don't play weird again. That's me, that's on me. I thought I could pop out of my animation fast enough to damage me a little bit, but we're fine. I was scared to run backwards because I wasn't sure how close the cliff was. Huh. What was he even doing? Trying to see if being on the road manipulates RNG any. You might be thinking, being on the road, that'd be a weird RNG manipulation. But in Dark Souls, I remember there was a specific DLC boss whose RNG manipulation was if you stood in the light, he didn't approach you as aggressively, if at all. Oh my god. Okay, we're fine. We have our gourds. So that's the first strategy. First stage or first thing, we use only the pellets to heal, and then gourds for this guy. All right. What you gonna do? Was just that close enough. hate when he tanks hits. Especially hits that should. I meant to be dash forward. I wasn't sure. The rock was in the way. I wasn't sure which direction it was going. I get that's why I started running sideways, because I was like, either I get out of range of his wide slash, or if he drops a vertical, then I should be able to, it would automatically sidestep it if you're running sideways, obviously, right? So at least it feels good that we're actually comfortable with that guy now. Definitely comfortable with this guy, but it's definitely... I love this start. Can still be punished. The 2 arrows is always a nice telltale sign that he might do that move. Single arrow is usually followed up by that. Kick, also followed up by that. Ooh. I usually don't mess with that. Double arrow. What's that? Single arrow. Slash. Jump at me. Don't shoot your arrow. Almost got me. Oh, the jukes!
I will not allow Ashina to be crushed.
You got me. Let's just reset. Okay, perfect first phase.
Count Sekiro.
Or it's perfect. When I say perfect, I mean like health-wise. Should just sidestep it. Feather! Damn it! I shouldn't commit. I should just run away when I get a successful feather there. Which sucks because it seems like if you successfully counter with a feather, maybe do that. Just jump straight up. It's like, my punish to him shouldn't be a punish to me. Weird. Ooh, okay, Okay, just run away if I'm not sure. Safest bet. Okay, we're doing pretty good. Okay. Ah! Thanks for the. Oh, damn it! Ah! Run away! What's up, Hamburglar? Okay. No, 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 no! I don't like being this close to the cliff. It's gonna mess me up. It's gonna mess with my head. This rock also. Can we just have a flat terrain where someone's mowed the lawn? I'm losing all this precious posture damage because this guy wants to take a stroll. But I kind of learn them anyways. So I could take one of these. Here to help. Sometimes he has a follow-up to that, so I'm not super confident to go in every time. Run away! Okay. Get your sword in. Oh god! Why did I run? I thought I could reset it if I ran away right there real quick. For a different starter. Can I punish? Damn the shortness of my sword. Ah! Try to go for a special attack into him. Okay. Okay. Oh, okay, first stock. I wonder if I can keep him out of grabbing his... Keep him from grabbing it. Okay, no. Never mind. So can I keep him from grabbing it if I just stay on him? So not only is there... So not only is there high grass. There's now wind and dust. I don't have any more emblems. But I was doing so good. What's the punish here? Oh god. That was luck. It was only because of elevation. Excuse me, sir. Can I heals? I parried it. Stay aggressive. Can I get him out of this? I guess I could have did my special move dive in. My dive in move there, maybe. Okay. Maybe I do this before that move. So at the very least, if I hit him with that, I jump straight up, and as he does his wild attack. But if I don't have the emblems, I technically don't jump up. I can only hope that it stops him. I used feathers like a madman there, and it was working, but then they ran out, so then I was stuck. That's the thing about using items for me, that I don't like to rely on it, because once they're out there, you're screwed.
I will restore Ashina to glory.
Oh god, I forgot! Damn it! I used the gourd too instead of the pellets. Jump at me, brosif.
Not allow Ashina to be crushed.
Okay. Decent first phase. I got some health back because I did the death blow. Alright. Be aggressive. Be aggressive. Thing is, if you don't know the moveset, it's hard. He almost got me with his hilt. Ah! I hate wasted opportunities. I'm coming back. Wait, what was that? What was that? What was he about to do? I don't think I've seen that one before. Oh, did I interrupt that? Oh god. Oh, I missed the punish. Use Immortal on him? On what? In general? I pretty much have this stock figured out. Okay. I just need to figure... I'm fine-tuning my spacing a little. Okay. Because I'm talking, I'm messing up. And then you got me thinking about what am I supposed... how a Mortal Blade would work better here. Unless you're talking about a different stock. I don't know how to pair that. I don't know if the timing's like pixel perfect or what. So my only answer is to use Feather. Feathers. I don't like being next to this rock. Guess I could have punished that. I'm making stupid mistakes. I didn't mean to sprint. I was supposed to just dash there. Just try and get back to full health here. have to. He has a telltale just walk up 2-step before he does that unblockable thing.
How my blood boils.
I was lucky there.
Face me, Sekiro.
Be aggressive. Be aggressive.
Sorry
Alexa.
again for interrupting.
Stop. I don't think I'm being aggressive enough. I need to stop him. Shut him down. But then the thing is, I don't know what his follow-ups are. So it's like, I could be aggressive, and then there's that.
Hesitation is defeat.
There's the spear jump away that he does if you're too aggressive that you can block easily enough. There's something else that he does. So I just need to figure out, because attacking is a good way of resetting his RNG. But I need to figure out what happens after you attack, while avoiding what he does while you're going in for attack. I'm kind of learning, but oh yeah, Mortal Blade. I still don't know.
I will restore Ashina to glory.
Cause so slow. I guess we could try it. What you gotta do, my man? So I took my finger off of necessary buttons to switch my inventory. Where he lands an arrow. Drinking. Freaking some gourds. Let me guess. His final phase has like terror.
I will not allow Ashina to be crushed.
Terror comes out of all these plants. I don't know why I thought that was like an ultimate. And then the combo. Interesting. I wasn't sure how close the cliff was. Jump in. Blah. Drink God, bud. Okay, what are we doing? Mortal Blade?
Come, sick.
Come! Sekiro. Mortal Draw? Cost 3. I am drunk, good sire. I shall have another. Drink responsibly. Where do I see an opening for? We're not thinking about this stock. We're thinking about the second stock. Because anything worthwhile probably costs emblem. And so we should save it. It's a double hip. I need to sheath the sword. Shadow Rush. I'm favorable of this because it closes distance for big damage, especially you got enough emblems to jump afterwards. This one I don't like too much. This one's okay, but it's like if there was heavy attacks and light attacks, it's nothing but light attacks. So then he just tanks it and just hits you, swats you like a fly. The only reason why this would be valuable here is if he takes extra damage, because technically he's undead, right? And maybe even confetti works. What else? Feather to counter the ones I don't know how to dodge yet. Let's reset that. So the lock-on screwed me there. So you think I should do confetti? When do I punish though? Maybe when he does his Uber attack? Do a Uber attack. Why did I dodge? I need to wait. Use the opening to heal. Okay. Full health. 7 gourds. Alright. Oh no, that's it. That's all I got. Oh god! Whew, thank you, Terrain. So I don't know if that's worth it. Unless I could still use it without the emblem, it just doesn't have range or something. Is that the case? Let's see. Oh. Why the emblem cost then? Okay. I forgot that the attack still exists, even if you don't have emblems. You just don't get the whatever additional. So that's on me. Can't see you in the grass. Punish! Pretty clean second stock.
Oh, my blood boil! Take me second.
He's not taking out his spear. Why? Oh god. Is it possible to stop him? So there's that. Into that. Into that, I guess. Should use the blade. I know, I know. I can't see him. Ah, let me heal. I can stop it, but he can punish it. Let's use the rock as cover. Okay. Don't have any more gourds. Okay.
Hesitation is defeat.
Like if I could explain how I feel about the fight, I feel like I'm the fog of war of different routes I could take during his combat is starting to lift, so that's a good sign. But it's still hard to articulate how to get in. I have to feel out Sekiro's movement, whether it's a guaranteed staggering of him, whether he punishes back, whether he counter hits after he starts blocking. Armor, chill.
I will restore
careful,
Ashina
dude.
to glory.
Stay safe. Need your thanks. You need your think muscles. I still feel like something about the road. Ah!
I will not allow Ashina to be crushed.
Oh god, he's stuck. He's stuck again, unless he's doing this on purpose to heal his posture. Why not just do that move where the white mist move? Ah! Oh yeah, lay down armor. Lay down. Grab a bucket. Just keep my stream on in the background. So, hope you're doing all right. Hope all's well and good.
I will restore Ashina to glory.
Ashina to glory. I will restore Ashina. If I stand in the snow. It's like, what are you gonna do? That's what you go with? That's better. You have the high ground. That's what I like to see. I feel like also, yeah, when you have the high ground, he's more likely to jump. Okay, never mind.
Do not allow Ashina to be crushed.
Ah. God dang it. Oh, wait. So my death blow should heal me here. Oh, wait. I got it. Never mind. Make your move. Oh, I dashed in thinking he was going to poke. If I stand on the wood. His pacing is slowed just enough, so I can't really accumulate a lot of posture damage. Wake up! Thank you. Okay, still 8. Ishin is the hardest boss in the game. I believe it.
Sekiro.
Oh god. Oh god. Oh god. Oh! Ah, damn it. Sick feather. I wonder if that sometimes the level also can. Oh, nope, not over here. Sometimes the level where you are can determine how he does, what moves he does. Like if you stand too close to the edge, I feel like that he's going to be more prone to do moves that are going to knock you back. So then it punishes you for being so close to the edge. I'm awesome, I know. So just kidding. Thank you, Armor. I've been paying attention to him. Okay. Shasha! I messed up. That was on me. I was too anxious with my dodge, my sidestep. Okay, we still have this. I have to try to remember to muscle memory this into my routine because right now it's kind of on the outskirts. It needs to be the center of attention. Okay. Now I'm distracted. Feather, excuse me? Shasha! Okay, that was supposed to be a mortal draw. So it's punishable, which I don't like. Even when I get him at his most vulnerable. Ah! The camera dropped the lock because it was in between. Alright, on that note, I'm gonna take a little bathroom break. Hold on. I'll BRB. Enjoy the highlights of past Sekiro streams. I'll be right back. Alright, I'm back. Alright. I think Umbrella is better, Sam. I've actually never used it other than to look at it. I guess if I can feather through a move, then technically I should be able to Umbrella through it, right? I didn't know it doesn't spin unless it's hit. Oh, never mind. I had 17. I thought I had 16. I forgot I had 17. So that's the downside. But This one should let me counter the damage. I'm not sure how this works. Yeah, I've never used it. Thanks, armor. I try. But in the back of my mind, if you like listen, oh god, I forgot. If you really pay attention, I'm reverse engineering the game. Real skill is adapting on the fly and legitimately like looking at his body language and oh yeah, so last fight it was me, my target, a rock, and the camera. So even though I technically didn't break line of sight with my target, because the camera lost line of sight for long enough, it broke my lock on. Yeah, that rock sucks. Oh god! Oh, I missed it. Just a FYI, the camera is the camera is actually the strongest enemy in the game. Not this guy or his grandfather.
I will not allow Ashina to be crushed.
The camera is undefeatable. You are forever at the mercy. Yes!
Count Sekiro.
Alright. Okay. Ow! It'd be nice if that would heal me. Is that asking for a lot? I feel like I reached you, dude. Wait, let me heal. Oh, Lord. Yeah, more about like reverse engineering the game. That staying up close to him and then just sidestepping all the time. Is less about fighting him and more about exploiting openings, which I guess could be technically fighting him, but don't know why I did that move. Punish! Ah! I didn't get the shield out. You okay? Kills me when they just turn around randomly. It's like you lost?
Okay.
Alexa.
It's getting late. How about
Chill. I mean, stop. Nice. Frick, frick, frick! Six gourds. Okay, if we lock them into this phase, maybe. Oh no! Damn it! I had to say something. I had to speak. I need to heal. Ow, my pride. Maybe he doesn't like the bridge. Maybe that's where he died in his past life. He's like legit afraid of it. So dodging that is better than blocking it because he recovers almost instantly. That was luck. Why did my lock-on dissipate there? Why? So I was trying to spam fan there, but I think my posture is dead. Alright, ready? Go! What am I doing? Frick! Okay. I was trying to go for Mortal Blade to punish there, but it wasn't working. I dodged. I feel like I'm getting better at it. Even if it doesn't look like it, my brain's starting to recognize cues that I should be. Oh. Glasgow, you kick ass-co?
I will restore Ashina to glory.
A little drink, just a little bit. He is kicking my posture's booty. I want to fight on the bridge. This way, what? I want to see if it manipulates his RNG.
not allow Ashina to be crushed.
On the bridge, I said. Okay. This is dangerous. Oh no. Okay. So I can't be on the wrong side for that. I couldn't tell. All right.
Count, Sekiro.
I wasn't here. We were on the bridge, sir. Maybe he can't dig his spear out of the ground if he's on, if we're on the bridge. Wouldn't that be a funny manipulation? Because, like, where is he getting it? Wouldn't he destroy the bridge and fall to his death? I'm not sure how far the edge of the bridge is. Okay, it's right here. Got about five, six things. Ah, I should have did the shield. So was the shield... I'm gonna revive here, I don't care. Does the shield take a little longer than the feathers? Because it feels like it. Damn it. Take this time to heal. I could have punished. What if he sent his stuff off the edge? That would have been hilarious. Like, whoa! Oh god. So I don't like that about it. That's automatic. Maybe I should switch shields. Oh god! Okay. I just basically need to be holding down block after the Mortal Blade. Perfect example of RNG manipulation. He pretty much does the same move every time after Mortal Blade. Oh, I don't have any more emblems for the shield. Ah, come on.
Hesitation is defeat.
I blame that on the shield. I forgot about not having the emblems. It still costs 1 though. So maybe we don't use this one, we use this one? So because this one has an automated counter built in that actually makes me more vulnerable. I could do this instead. Doesn't protect me against low attacks like sweeps though. I feel like feather's better here if I had to compare the two. Personal preference, not definitive. For all I know, there's a perfect combo that exists.
I will restore
Using
Ashina to
shield.
glory.
It's not working for you. Why don't you try jumping in? There you go. You almost had me. Promise.
I will not allow Ashina to be crushed.
Back on the bridge. That was almost bad. What are you doing? Fight me, you coward! Stupid. Stupid wagon. Blah. Give me my health back. Alright.
Count Sekiro.
Is it weird that I'm like disoriented because we're thrown into the middle of the battlefield as opposed to where we were? I guess there's a cutscene technically, so I feel like he does low mobility attacks when I'm on the bridge. It could be just the placebo effect, but I don't know. You should have fallen off. See if target lock breaks because of this stupid. Oops. Break the bridge, man. It's my favorite bridge. I'm claiming it. Send them flying. He always does overhead so far. If he does anything. Let's see. 1 attack, 2 attack, overhead. Not the overhead I was looking for. I wasn't as close as I normally was either. He does that one. That overhead. So the fact that I have him red there is very good. Like a consistent read. Overhead. That's good for me, good for us, bad for him. Ah! I panicked. We're still good. I like this area. It's doing something to his RNG. It's like if you could imagine, he has like a little. If we to pulled off the veil of the game and there was a matrix of his algorithm, it's like feeling out, like little lines and square boxes are feeling out the terrain. And something about being this close to the edge and on the bridge is doing something to his algorithm, making him just a little bit more manageable. At least in this. This is how I think. That's why I'm the greatest. Oh no, it doesn't blocking. Oh, I thought he was doing the other one. Let me get the second one off too. Okay. Do I need it? Yeah, let's just. Yes. Still 7 gourds, full health. And health is super low. So this posture damage is gonna go quick and then we're gonna be in the second stop. Then punish it. Overhead. Oh, I didn't do the overhead. Him not doing the overhead though is still good because if it's not the overhead, it's something that I could just run away from. Overhead. That overhead's good. The overhead's gonna kill you.
Oh, my blood boils.
Ah, I was trying to get him out of it. No, there's no spear there. And hopefully this elevated terrain is gonna help me. He usually pauses longer than that. He pauses that long normally. I feel like I parried that. I'm gonna be honest. I'm cornered. I gotta heal. You know what I like about the bridge also? No high grass, I just realized. I think that's why I like it actually. That was a risky heal, but
Hesitation is defeat.
I'm parrying. I'm parrying those pokes. Bad, obviously. I'm parrying them very poorly. They have a much tighter window than his grandson's poke. And the thing about playing not aggressive like I do, it just takes forever. It takes forever to get to where we want to go, especially if this guy doesn't cooperate. But maybe the bridge can help with that. Also. What's up, Silent Stitcher? Oh God! Forgot about that. Just use it on him. Doesn't matter if it has the extra. Meant to sprint straight at him, but that's fine too. Sprint to the side. Once again, an element of the camera. Ah! I waited too long. I don't feel like. I feel like resetting here. I wasn't feeling it. And destroy that wagon. So first things first, we go for the wagon. I wonder if... What if you can just backstab him if you just hug the wall? While he's talking to the kid. Oh, no. Like sometimes the devs have little back doors for them to exploit to be able to troubleshoot easier for them. Oh! I forgot that's the first move no matter what. Okay. Okay. I never be.
Will not allow Ashina to be crushed.
Hey! Close enough to full health.
Come, Sekiro.
Come, Sekiro. Where's the wagon? Okay, we're good. It'd be funny if you could lose him and you'd be like, "Hey, where are you, Sekiro?" And the secret is just to hide and then sneak up on behind him. That would be kind of funny. Overhead. Reset. Might do his wave attack, so we're gonna respect that. Running in. Block. Punish with a slash. Oh god. Ah, you threw me off with that combo. I ain't gonna lie. So there's an input. If you heal within a certain distance from him, he does that. He does that rush down. That one, where he ducked his head down. He's like, free hit. So there is a punish from certain space around him for healing. An immediate punish. It's like, where's my attacks that I can punish? Trying to punish this. Overhead. I called it and still failed it. Back it. Perfect time to heal. Try to punish us. Whee! Oh god. Wait, what? Excuse me?
Oh, my blood boy! Take me second.
What? Knock him off! Oh, he backdashed and everything. I thought we had him. Oh god. Stay away from the high grass. Away from the high grass. No, I disagree. Camera, please. I'm just gonna block it. Damn it. It seems so dodgeable. It's deceptively... Yeah, my posture. It's deceptively undodgeable. Or it's dodgeable, but you have to really get the timing right. I could try dodging to his left, my right. Even though with the first stock, that's a bad idea normally. I guess it's a.
I will restore Ashina to glory.
Since it's the hand that he's using to hold it, it should be the better dodge than the. Just as a side note, I feel like they give you preferential dodge if you dodge the direction of their weapon hand. That was an Uber combo? That's weird. Felt like it should have been Uber combo.
I will not allow Ashina to be crushed.
Woo-hoo-hoo. Perfect first stock. Attack him with the Mercury. Yeah.
Well, your 30 minutes are up.
Alexa.
It's 2 in the morning. It's
Stop. 2 in the morning, guys. I never destroyed the cart. Okay. Now we can fight. So I like this area in general because it's just, there's no grass. That's what I love about this area. More even terrain, more consistent terrain. The bridge hasn't been as much an issue as I thought it was actually going to be with cornering me. Thanks for liking the stream on Facebook. Appreciate it. Overhead. I didn't take enough side steps. That's my bad. I still have all 3 of my pellets, so we're going to try to just heal with that. Okay. Overhead. No Uber slash. Uber slash. Overhead. Poke. Uber poke. Overhead. Sidestep. Sidestep. Ow. Sidestep. Wait, need to heal. Dang it, he did it. Okay, reset. Dodge, dodge, Uber, hit, hit, overhead, sidestep, sidestep, sidestep. No, sidestep, no. Okay, about half health, 7 gourds. He has half health. I have 7 gourds. I have full health. Sidestep? No. Sidestep punish. Where is it? Give me the sidestep punish. Sidestep. Sidestep punish. Overhead. Sidestep punish again. Overhead. I don't know why sometimes I feel like I get away with third slash overhead. Probably punish that, but let's punch this one. Now, I will not go over there. That's too close to the cliff. At least here we have guardrails. Well, that's actually a benefit if you think about it. As claustrophobic as it might be to go for a bridge, you're actually protected because it has guardrails if you think about it, compared to the rest of the map. Sidestep punish. Overhead. See, when I say the moves out loud, isn't it just like ridiculous how easily red this guy is right now? It's the second stock that we're worried about. We need to figure out. If we can figure out the second stock the same way we figured out this guy, all that's left is the next stock after that. Assuming he doesn't turn into a dragon. Yeah!
Now my blood boil. Face me, Sekiro.
Alright, let's go. Camera! If the camera goes in the ground, you lose it. So the feathers, the rain, the fire, everything, I don't want it. I don't need it. Can we wait? Can we call it as a count of rain? So the algorithm's hurting. It was almost bad. I dodged the wrong way. Yeah, this on me. Okay. The downside to being on the bridge and getting cornered is
Hesitation is defeat.
okay. What if we retire? What if we retire the Mortal Blade for second stock? Because it's just not fast enough anymore. I would have to to make it work. I would have to thread the needle so many times. I'm not comfortable with it enough. If anything, all these are pretty much tabled unless I can find like a guaranteed like something. So maybe I start using Mortal Draw for first phase also to make it go faster. Excuse me. But then I pretty much lose Feather. That's why I don't use it in first phase. Let's try snaking again. Maybe there's a secret hook shot. Secret developer hook shot. Dang it.
I will restore Ashina to glory.
I'm out of here, dude. You can have the boy. Just kidding. Interesting. Oh, nice. Messing this up. Two? The audacity. We'll reset there. What started the downfall of that? The neutral poke that he did threw me off. Oh god, like there was a neutral poke that he did with his sword. Not the jump poke, but the neutral just... Usually he doesn't attack first before he does that, so... I was like, what?
I will restore Ashina to glory.
Activate that first before he corners me on the bridge. That's what I like to see. Okay. It's just like popcorn. You done? You done, sire? Please don't let me fall off. Oh god! Okay, we're fine.
Not allow Ashina to be crushed.
I didn't mean to do that. Ow. Stop. I should have been able to parry that. I feel like I had enough time to eat a pellet and parry that. Just saying. Oh, Sakura, where you going, man? Don't run. We're in here. We're in here for the long haul. Skirt. Skirt.
I will restore Ashina to glory.
Activate his attack. Destroy this crate thing. Not really doing that well. It's just meh. Oh, wait, what? Interesting combinations here. So just going to his left in general makes that almost safe.
I will not allow Ashina to be crushed.
Ow! God! I wanted to try to retreat and heal with pellets only, so that we can... So I'm actually gonna fight him in the field because it's not working at the bridge. The bridge works more for his grandfather. Unless the game is listening to me talk about its RNG. It's like, I can switch things up. I can switch things up if I want.
I will restore Ashina to glory.
Oh god, I forgot! Actually, I just have to run to the right or left. So that's his punish for if you heal. He does the dive. Really? I thought he was gonna do his Uber.
I will not allow Ashina to be crushed.
Crap. Okay, so dodge left. Okay. So I basically don't have to be afraid of it anymore. Ah, I forgot I was about to follow up. I don't have to be afraid of it anymore. If he does his Uber slash, his Mortal Blade slash, just keep sidestepping to the left. If he does a follow-up Mortal Blade slash, just keep sidestepping to the right. That's it. I was giving it way too much respect. But it's at such a weird angle, it just goes over your head. Interesting. How am I just realizing that? I feel like I was respecting it too much.
I will restore Ashina to glory.
So, yeah. Yeah. It just seems so silly now. If anything, that's the most dangerous thing. He's got... Now he drops it twice. Almost didn't get that.
I will not allow Ashina to be crushed.
Silly. Ah! So that's the thing about being high pressure also. High pressure, with high pressure as an overall strategy, you run the risk of accumulating and maintaining your posture damage, which then they can punish if you crumble, if your posture crumbles. Overall, we're doing
I will restore
figuring it
Ashina
out.
to glory.
Just the disrespect there. Oh! The okie doke. Okay, I see. So keep moving, basically. Can I heal? We can get a full heal here. We'll let this pellet do its work and then switch. Oh, I could have parried that. Okay, I see now. So if you're on them, you can disrespect that. But if you have to come in, he punishes your... Yeah, I should have just went around him there. Oh. Not doing so hot. Trying to figure out a new strategy though is messing me up. I should just stick with my old one. I'm just trying to make this try to go faster a little bit.
I will not allow Ashina to be crushed.
Blah. 7 gourds, not really full health.
Count, Sekiro.
Come, Ishin. Is Sheen. Come. I don't like the high grass. It brushes up against my thighs in an uncomfortable way. I have a pollen allergy. So half on bridge, half in dirt. We'll try this. For the sake of visibility and level terrain. Instant punish, overhead, side slash, another punish. I forgot to block. I knew it was coming. Oh god. Let's go here. Interesting, no overhit. So I think I was apprehensive there because of the edge of the cliff. It's psyching me out, the fact that there's Oblivion on the other side. He backs away because he knows he's... Push him off, Sekiro! You can do it! Just, if I only had a Dark Souls kick right there, it'd be just the greatest thing. I'd be like, this is Sekiro or Eshin! Okay, he threw me off. Heal here. Instead of punishing. Or I do, personally. This move is basically the bridge. Can't punish it. Still overhead. Punishable. Ah, why did I not? Should be good. Healing. Panicked. I was like, I have him dead to rights, I'm just gonna get hit.
Oh, my blood boil! Taste me, Sekiro!
I was trying to keep him from doing this. Where'd you get that spear? There's no spears in there. Was that bridge made of spears? Okay, we're retiring the Mortal Blade. That's the strategy. Ow, that damage. Lord. I wanted to push him off. I wonder if I could pin him to the wall here. Ow, the damage. Hold on, can I pause while I'm resurrecting? I cannot. I want to switch my move from Mortal Blade. Can I stun lock him with the Nightjar like I did Butterfly? I don't think I can, but the way he acted in that corner makes me at least want to test it if I can get him there again. See, because he jumps back like that. Okay, no. Damn.
Hesitation is defeat.
Yeah, he doesn't. He's not as extravagant as Butterfly, so I shouldn't really compare him to her. But at least we know for sure that he can't get stun locked there. Sorry. What else? Because his go-to back away that I can I'm consistent at blocking is when he slashes his spear down and just jumps backwards. And then he kind of resets and just goes in on me because he can read me better than I can read him. So if I can get him up against the wall there, so his jump back is negated by the wall and I don't have to worry about running off because it's not a cliff, I can maybe punish with something. But what? I could try Spiral Cloud, but this is usually punished worse than the Mortal Draw. If this is light attacks, this is heavy attack, if this was a fighting game. Just try it. Try something different. Try something different and we see if we see another opportunity somewhere for something. Sorry about the coughs. It's just this some loose phlegm.
I will restore Ashina to glory.
Oh, interesting. If you block it, that happens. I think we're gonna block it from now on. Up! Unless... Which is funny, because if you crumble someone's posture, you think it's actually a perfect opportunity to stab him, but actually backs off. Oh, we're supposed to block. So that's his most dangerous one, in my opinion. You hope I fight others. I think this is the last one. Unfortunately, for someone who's looking for other. Dang it! Need the heals.
Count Sekiro.
Okay. Come on. Come to the bridge. Woohoo! Interesting. It makes him back off. He doesn't punish it like he does the Mortal Blade. If I were him, I would punch the crap out of it. Interesting. Interesting RNG manip. Oh, there's a punish. Ow. I need this heal. Need some more. Is it worth that punish potential? If I stop once he's out of it, maybe it works. Excuse me? Don't like healing there, but whatever. We gotta do what we gotta do. This tree can be planted in the worst. Hit him off! Hit him off, Sekiro! Fight me over here, Carrot. Or you want to fight him on a cliff? Fine. Excuse me? See, that's the thing when you pin him up against a wall and they have wild slashes like that. He would have missed me if the wall didn't block him and then lead him into me. Dang it. Too much pressure. Black!
Now my blood boil. Face me, Sekiro.
Ow. Of course, the last bullet. Maybe I can stun lock him with that? There's the punish. That's also the punish, and then the weakness that it's light attack, so he's tanked them sometimes. I did like how we were kind of putting on the pressure and locking him down, but we weren't doing enough posture damage. I just need to learn his moves. All this time, and I still haven't learned his moves enough to be confident in any of my strategies. God! Chop me like sushi. What? What can I do? What can I do?
I will restore Ashina to glory.
Jump at me.
I will not allow Ashina to be crushed.
Jump at me. Perfect first phase. Okay.
Count Sekiro.
Let's get over here. Get off me! Nice flat terrain with no grass to obscure him telegraphing his moves to me. Just a little bit closer, a little bit. All right. Overhead. Perfect second phase. No. Okay. Ow. It's a shame. It's a shame that you get punished. Let me just. This guy's so brutal. Did he always has his visor down too? Do I just fish for that? Can't be that easy. feathers. Chill, dude. I can't see when you do that. I think that's the point, but still. Can you do that more often so I can punish it and not interrupt my punish? Thank you. Damn. That combo's so long and punishing if you don't block it correctly. Alright. I feel like that was actually a fairly competent fight. I was just feeling out the spacing in that being right on top of him isn't as good in second stock. Being mid-range, probably not long. I feel like long he'll try to close distance on you really quick and they might throw you off. So mid-range, you keep him within a certain moveset that he still throws out short attacks though. That's the thing that's messing with me. It's like, why are you throwing out short attacks? You can't reach me. And then in the confusion, no, I don't like how that happened. He did it anyways. I was like, do what? That was a test. I wanted to see if I can heal right after a parry. And usually if you heal, he does another dive. Or he does a dive period if you heal. So I was like, if he does one and I parry it, do I have enough time to heal? And will he recognize the opportunity to do another one? And he did it, so. I recognize your RNG. I recognize your algorithm.
I will restore Ashina to glory.
Dude. Poke me.
Do not allow Ashina to be crushed.
Ah. Too much poise damage. That's what I like to see. Ah, I need to block that for another parry. I forgot to parry it. I blocked it instead. Can't even reach me. Why are you doing that? Okay. 8 board, first phase. It's always nice. We had 8 board, second phase, first stock. So let's do that. Let's do that again. Let's run it back. Let's run it back. I'm cornered. Oh no. Just kidding. Stupid uneven terrain, thank you. I would go in there and punish. Oh, let's just keep it up. So the counter to that actually, oh god, I ran too far away. The counter to that is just the constant rotation. Oh god. Eight gourd, first stock.
Now my blood boils. Haste me, second.
Damn it. Okay, mid-range. I'm gonna try to play a mid-range game here. Frickin' gun. So the gun is the bow and arrow for this guy. Wait. That was my last emblem. Ah, stupid. Excuse me? So that's a risky because he doesn't always commit to that slash. I freaking okay, I see. Woohoo. Damn it. I like his RNG here. It's like you can see right here, it's trying to understand why I'm still on the bridge and not running away. Okay. Which is a good thing. Damn it. I hate that move. The double sword, whatever he does, it's like a double sword and then he swings, it follows up with the spear. And even if you block it, it does so much damage that if you don't block it perfectly, you take tons of posture damage, and then he'll follow up. If you don't get broken the next swing, then you get broken in the next swing after that. So it's really imperative that I learn that combo in particular. Not even his Uber combo, not even how he combos into a special attack. That the double slash into, I think it's like 3 pole
I will
attacks.
restore Ashina to glory.
I don't like how that hits. Oh god! I don't like how that follow-up one hits. It's a dumb. It's a dumb hitting attack. I get hit with the hilt of his sword for half health. Oh no, or more than half health even. I guess, I mean, it is a mortal blade technically, so the hilt of a mortal blade, I guess, should be kind of powerful, but you know, whatever.
I will restore Ashina to glory.
You follow up? Nope. Ah! Kind of want to reset already. I'm trying to learn to parry that, but then my brain is going from muscle memory to dodge, and then it's slowing my finger movement, slowing my thumb movement. Three hours in. Appreciate you guys for hanging out for the grind, the education grind. Hopefully we could get it done.
I will restore
Not
Ashina
sure. I'm
to
starting to
glory.
lose hope. I mean, I'm definitely I'm still dodging it instead of. Starting to lose hope for beating him tonight, not beating him in general.
I will not allow Ashina to be crushed.
I don't know why I tried to block that. Alright, brings him in. Bam. Okay. We have 8 gourds, full health, 1 pellet. Not perfect, but okay. So I just learned how to fight him in the grass. Let's see. Nope. We're going to... Ow. You know what? We're resurrecting. Screw this. Something about the terrain, I think, screwed up my dodge. Dang it! Something about this terrain change. What? Right over your shoulder. The disrespect. heal here. It's lucky I didn't get hit by that third swing. Something about the elevation change messed up how his attacks even look. Okay.
Now my blood
There we go.
boils. Face me, second.
It's weird, I can't commit to 2 attacks there. I'll just only do 1 attack. How's he taking his gun out and having his sword that fast? Now it still does damage. That sucks. Oh, the cloud cover. Okay, okay. No! We're reviving. He's like, my back here, thank you. Okay, I'm starting to learn it. I'm still a little sluggish on those. Still a little sluggish. What? Should have healed. Ah! Hoo hoo hoo! Right in my face. Excuse me, sir.
Hesitation is defeat.
Okay. I understand what I need to do. I just need to understand what to do there. I think block it. It's not sure if I have the best thing here. Let's try this. This one has 4 phases. Okay, so if we're counting this guy as phase 1, do you count the second guy as phase 2 with 3 stocks, or each of his stocks? Are you counting the stocks? No! Damn it. Ah! It's so frustrating taking damage with him because you don't want to heal with your gourds. Try to heal with the other thing and then still not fast enough. I feel like the pellet should be a little faster to just go nom, nom, as opposed to it makes sense, right? Like the pellet should have a little bit of a grace period or less of a grace period for taking it. Unless it's like the picture where you're taking like a bunch of pellets and they're the size of like eggs.
I will restore Ashina to glory.
Let me get some of that action. Oh, those excellent passage damage potential. Try to parry that.
I will not allow Ashina to be.
Ah, he doesn't do poke every time. Interesting. Sometimes he does the slash. I thought it was a safe. Ow. Ow. Damn it. I don't know. It's already 3 a.m. Been streaming for 3 hours. Maybe we call it here. We learned a lot. We were able to fairly consistently do a perfect first phase into okay second phase, third phase or second stock of second phase. I don't know.
Restore Ashina to glory.
I needed to give you buzzer damage. I don't know about that hit. Try to just block it. Sekiro, get up, please. For the love of Dragonrot. I can't. Doing this.
I will restore Ashina to glory.
Okay. I jumped. Get up! So if the first boss, if the first like, oh god. If the hardest boss in the game is the camera, the second hardest is your own impatience. And then you have everything else. Everything else you can learn to read and understand.
I will restore Ashina to glory.
Maybe muscle memory? Oh, my nose hairs. This is what I like. Jumping in 3 times. Jump in again. Perfect first phase.
Count Sekiro.
Count Sekiro. I turn my back on D. Don't turn your back on me, Sekiro. Oh. There should be a disrespect meter that he just is dying of. It just chips away at his health. Why is that not a counter? Oops. Misjudged. Should have used pellet, but whatever. Oh no, he cut off the bridge! Whoa! Face me. Fight me on the bridge. Face me on the bridge that confuses your algorithm. Or your function. Your combat function. Oh my god! Ow! Ow. Okay, that's more punishable. So it's easy to heal right here in front of his face because of his algorithm not going in on me. If we were in the grass, he would though. Dang it. Yeah, maybe not the best change. Ooh! What's up, Caleb? I was close. I wasn't too sure about dodging that. Oh, you know what I could do? Oh no. I was like, I could eat stuff in my inventory. It's in Skyrim. I could take candy. Confetti? Does it count as an apparition? Let's try it. Do I have enough time to eat it? Let's see. I can't see as well, so that's not good. Hooray! That was close. Oh God! Okay, it's fine. Still took my health. That sucked. How's my day? My day is pretty good. Tonight's been this basically, trying to learn all this, so it looks like I'm learning. It's a decent. Ah! Okay, here it is. It wasn't a poke. He has a slash. Okay. Maybe dodge. Looks like if I dodge to the right when he does that, it's safe-ish. Just have to time it. Yeah, he has a gun, a shotgun technically. It's like a sawed-off gun, handgun, shotgun, spear, and
I will restore Ashina
sword.
to glory.
Get read like a book, son.
I will not allow Ashina to be crushed.
Ah, messed that up. Time period is this game? Whoa! Not sure. Is the Ashina... Is that a real empire? Ow! Johan! Oh, Johanna! Oh God! Thanks for the follow? Why did I'm messing up, guys! Arrows! Thanks for the follow on Facebook. I ate 2 of them. I wasn't supposed to. Damn it! I think I'm starting to get tired. Oh, thanks for the follow on Twitch. Thanks, guys. Appreciate it. Sorry, I'm not doing better, but I believe is the final boss. So, in one of the hardest games known, which I feel like is safe to say because
I
it's
will restore
sparked such a
Ashina
debate
to glory.
in media where it's like everybody's talking about how hard it is, so dang it. I'm gonna try to heal here. Oh. Seltzer water. It's like sparkling water. I never understood it. And I feel like I'm old enough to be like an old adult to be like, I like different things as an adult than I did as a kid. I still don't like it, so. It's gross.
I will
There's no real
restore
use for
Ashina
it,
to glory.
in my opinion. It's like maybe if you're like mixing a drink and you want to make it carbonated, so like make it kind of like a soda. But even then, it's like, just get a soda. Dang it. Stop chasing me. Ah! So what's with the little kid? The little kid has the ability to give someone immortality like he does with me. And he said no to this guy because his empire is basically falling as we speak. That's what all this fire is. So he's pretty much found other means of finding immortality at a higher cost, and he's kind of pissed, so he's killing the kid. We'll watch the cutscene. It'll give me a break. Maybe I can not fail as hard as I am.
Bakuro.
Shinobi of the Divine Air, we meet again. Behold.
Yeah, this guy's some kind of general, I think.
Mortal blade.
Genichiro.
Genichiro.
If you think you can change Ashina's fate with such a thing, you are mistaken. Wolf. No one has the right to the dragon's heritage. It is no one's to bear.
Then why does it exist?
I wish there was another way.
It's all right. One last time.
Yeah, one last time. One more time.
Yes. Let's finish this.
Why does it exist? What's it for? It must have a purpose.
Restore Ashina to glory.
Jump at me. So I could do this. Up, up. Ninja Gaiden. Woo! It's hard to read chat. Jump at me, bro. Come on, do it. God dang it. Nom nom nom. Oh, you didn't like that? Yeah, this game's all about parrying.
Allow Ashina to be crushed.
Counter moves. Especially for the bosses. That's why you don't see me as attacking as much as I probably should. Dang it! Nom nom nom. Ah! I've never played Ninja Gaiden though, no. I heard that game's hard. Ridiculously hard. That was the first original hard, super hard ninja game.
In the end, I was powerless, but grandfather was not. The
Yeah,
dragon
I'm on
blood
PC.
surging through her veins. With this, Ashina's long night comes to an end.
The timing on that. What was that? What's up, Kenny? What's up, Kenny? How's it going?
Beautiful grandchild.
Thanks for the stars.
This was your last wish.
How's life treating you out there?
To see Ashina returned from the great beyond.
Pathetic.
Which means Sekiro. I must destroy you.
Why? You called your own grandson pathetic. And technically your depth perception should be pretty bad because you have one eye. What's that about, old man? Don't you want to rest in peace? Don't you want to die? Log on to him. You don't think he's epic? He's like a manly man. Damn it. What? I'm messing up. He usually doesn't recover from that attack that quickly. Back against the ropes. Hat! Damn it. My timing's all off. Blech. Yeah, for some reason it feels like he's recovering faster. No. Stupid wall. Thanks for the follow on Facebook. Ow. I think I'm spent though. Dang. Being up here on the bridge is backfiring. Yes. First knockdown.
Now my blood boil. Face me, Sekiro.
Ow. Alright, here it is. See, that's the shotgun. The one shot is the shotgun. Excuse me? I dodged that, sir. I need to heal, but he's so fast. It's dangerous to heal around him. Okay, I have one resurrection and then we're gonna call it. Oh, interesting. I can use the wall. I hate this combo! It's so picky as to when it lets you parry it. And if you just hold it, he'll just power through it. He'll posture damage yourself out of blocking. That's the combo that always gets me. So fighting on the bridge, maybe not the best. Fight in the dirt. Okay, one more time. Let's do one more time. Yeah, this is pretty hard. And I haven't even seen his final form. This isn't even his final form.
I will restore Ashina to glory.
Can I knock him off? No, unfortunately not. Can he knock me off? Sure, of course. Has he knocked me off yet? I don't think so. Can't remember. I've been fighting him for so long. Jump at me. Am I trying to block that?
Not allow Ashina to be crushed.
Jump at me. Stop posture. He's regaining his posture. Usually they have a move that lets them regain it. I guess these guys don't have that, so he'll... At least not at this level, or this phase. Maybe the zigzagging makes him jump in? I don't know. Jump at me, jump at me. Perfect first phase. Didn't do any consumables. I wonder if with the spear, when he hits the ground and all the leaves come up, if it's actually more leaves from if you're standing in the grass. Because that's when I first noticed it. When the first time I played that phase, it's like, oh man, he's kicking up all this brush. Ah, why did I think he was going to do another one? Ah! Just trying to heal. That's why I backed off. Korea! No, almost great. This rain's gonna mess me up here. So I have to lure him back over here, and the entire time he's gonna be regaining his posture, but his health is low enough so that it should come back up pretty fast. So what? Had to heal there. Excellent. Come here and face me! Oh, not that one. I'm supposed to do the swirler one. Face me like a man! He's regaining his posture. I mean, it's going slow because he's super weak, but still. Oh. Ah! 7 gourd, almost full health.
Oh, my blood boils. Face me, Sekiro.
See if we can prevent him from taking out the spear. No! No! Okay, focus. Coward. That's what you are. Coward. Put down the spear. Put down the guns. Fight me like a man. Oh god. Oh god! just got one tap him, so his health is down. Stop. One tap. What did I say about one tap? Why am I blocking? Fuck that combo! So you don't block that one. It looks like you actually... You dodge back one of them. No. So close, guys. What? Oh, that's so close. He just ate it. He ate it. Yes! What now? What happens now? Something's gonna happen. I'm at it! Oh, lightning! This is fun. Oh, no. Oh, sweet Jesus! Okay, back to the bridge. Hopefully it will manipulate RNG in our favor. And he doesn't do that. Can we not? And say we did? Ah, oh, I have a resurrection. Can I pop up and get a heal off though? Maybe. Only because of that wall there. What? That's new. Am I dead? Oh god. Okay. So there's random lighting on the field. Doesn't seem to be on the bridge. The RNG, his RNG on the bridge might be keeping him from doing too many lightning attacks, even though he did one. Wait, don't I have... I have something that can reduce my Lightning, eel liver, shock. I eat the eel liver? Hopefully he's far away so I have a time to do all this. Basically, eat eel liver, heal, and then can I put divine grass into my inventory? And I still have pellets. Oh, jeez. I'm scared I'm gonna eat this and it's just gonna be gone. Okay. Eel liver incoming. Where is he? Where is he? Where is he? Okay, there he is. Wait, I'm out, dude. I'm out. Oh, you thought I got hit by that. Okay. Why am I not healing? Do I have one left? I should have ate a pellet. How do I? What do I even do?
Hesitation is defeat.
Do I jump? Jump doesn't feel like the answer there. If I dodge in the correct direction to my left. So we made it to the last phase. I feel like I have to end it there because it's almost 3:44. Last time we played, I had trouble with the very first guy before he transforms into his grandfather. So, and then I made it to the second phase. Today we made it to the last phase. So in theory, if my progression was a graph, we should beat him next time. Jump in R1. Okay. Jump's the answer there. Taking your permit. Alright. Jump. I could try saving all of my feathers so that I could have that be the answer. So basically never doing any of that. Unless I do it once. No, it still costs. Oh, jump and other effect. Oh, so that's what the pamphlet was talking about. The pamphlet talked about right before you fought him the last time. I didn't realize you can absorb the attack and throw it back at him. The most obvious fight that basically taught you that was the dragon fight. So I didn't realize it was a thing with him. So, okay. So jump, grab it while you're not grounded, fire it back at him. That's probably how you beat him, right? Because that's probably a ton of posture damage. I don't know if I could get there again. We're pretty leveled up. Maybe this? What's this? Secret technique. Thanks for liking the stream. One more time. Okay, wait. Secret technique using Mortal Blade. So focus the mines. This one's a charge up attack. I don't know if this one's worth it. Probably costs a lot too. Also, they can be drawn and unleash its devastation. I have this one, but I wish I would have went for this one. This one actually costs like 9 too. So assuming this one costs 5, it should be worse than this one. I think we're overestimating my ability. Oh wait, I have 2 memories this entire time. I've been nerfed. by 2 attack power. I've been fighting with 9 attack power. That's 1. That's 10 now. That's 11. So we basically we beat the game now, right? Let's not get too cocky just yet. Should I heal these scrubs? That's a rip. In a perfect world, yes. In this game, I don't know. Hey man, you alright?
Friend, I can't, damn it.
Then shut up and sell me the dragon. Or wait, let me sell. Got a few of these. The droplet. See if we can get the good end. I'm guessing it's the bad end if you beat the game with these guys suffering. That would make sense, right? Basic passage. Trying to think. Do we have the game in the bag now? Here we go.
I will restore Ashina to glory.
I don't feel that much stronger. A little bit, actually.
I will not allow Ashina to be crushed.
Kick him off! Or else he's gonna summon his grandfather. I baited you into that. Woohoo! Almost tried to parry that. Okay, I feel like that went faster.
Come, Sekiro.
Come, Sekiro. Chase me down, old man. Chase me down. There it is. This way. Or not. Oh, this is the one. Ow. Turn it back on me. The reason why I had those attack powers is because those fights happen in such fast progression. I didn't even think to equip them. Usually they happen like once in a blue moon. Bam! 8 gourds, full health. Oh god. Keep half expecting a cutscene. Ow. Okay. I jumped, kind of, not really. Okay, okay. I parried that! Dang it, I need to heal. No! I don't know, guys. Still not. I lucked out last time. I thought I could dip behind that corner there and then heal. Okay. I think we're done. I can't do it. Can't do it anymore. Can't do it now. I'm sorry. I failed you. I failed you guys. I'm sorry. Okay, next time. Tomorrow. Thanks for your support, guys. Thanks for all the follows, likes, shares, comments, chats, all that good stuff. I appreciate you guys. Appreciate you. Like you don't even know. Appreciate you more than I appreciate those 2 attack powers. That should say it all right there. That should say all of it. But yeah, I feel like, especially with that attack power boost, will just basically make things go a little faster. I don't think it's gonna decide win or lose. Technically, I guess it will, but I don't know. I just gotta digest what I've done tonight and bring it back, come back tomorrow, maybe finish it tomorrow, and then see about playing something playing something different. We're right here, we're almost there. Thanks again, guys. You can check me out on YouTube from the previous playthroughs. You could I've been meaning to go back in there and kind of bookmark the boss fight highlights where I defeat them, maybe. Check me out on social media, all that good stuff. I'm out of here. Peace.